A moment, please. I need to read and see what I want for skills. Mastery of time is pretty good. What might over matter. All right, let's go get the GF because I was looking up how to do it, and I realized it's a lot easier than I thought it would be. So I'm just gonna move, just keep moving. There we go.
Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard this ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain.
What? Sacred cult?
They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard, and looked favorably upon their activities.
I'm ready to receive them.
I will commence preparations at once, Lord Captain.
Because I'm doing a dogmatic run as a Psyker, which I find funny. I'm doing dogmatic run because I find it funny. Although I need to go check on my laundry, even though I started right now. Back in like a few minutes. The Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into the ceremonial poise. Some of the offerers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
The masked cultist repeats the words in the mournful whisper, we obey still.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
A woman's slender figure has been fitted into a metal claw. She points it in your direction and gazes at you from behind her bone mask with a cool, grim eyes of an assassin. She pulls out a sinister curved blade and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
My God, is she edgy. I love it.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
The silent bird. I'll zoom in on this hot lady. As successful, you have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their frightening rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Examine the cultists. Cultists are all voidborn. Their ilk stone bodies, are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobatic, nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift. Surely? Turkey. Their black and white vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. When time and training has worn their garbs thoroughbred, they can make out patterns of bleeding lacration. I'm in the cult. The prisoners cowl beneath the weight of your gaze, blood dripping down the tear-stained face of the captured officers, technomats, and workers, and word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous persuasion: traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, But it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting, a death cult watching over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through death, who devote their every deed to serve him, sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
Who the? What the? When the? How the? That's weird. Your heart is filled with an awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize this feeling. You have experienced it before. When you walk through the scorching flames and survive, the eyes of your grim guests burn bright with sacrificial fervor. They serve the God Emperor with a wholehearted faith and devotion. What exactly does a cult like Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You kill innocent people?
We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs.
You mentioned the tenet of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
You have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Tell me about yourself. Kibella? Are you the leader of the blood-spent and webs, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Not towards the captives. Why do you bring this rebel onto the upper deck?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself.
Freaky.
Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
The others echoed her word by words from beneath their boned mask. Undergo the trial. Give the weapons to the traitors. It is time for Cabela to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Welcome his embrace.
Kimberly has a remarkable background. A death cult assassin. She can use special abilities called Blood Rain. When used, they're like a.
Kybella has a remarkable background. As a death cult assassin, she can use a special ability called Raining Blood. When used, it causes the target of Kybella's next melee attack to explode in a burst of blood, covering the floor and any enemies behind the target. The affected enemies suffer additional damage. Kybella can also use a special throwable consumable item called a blood phial to spill even more blood on the battlefield. Kybella is a blade dancer. Blade dancers are incredibly skilled sword fighters who can devastate enemies using two special attacks, Blade Dance and Death from Above. The Blade Dance ability allows the Blade Dancer to make several light strikes against random adjacent targets. If there is only one adjacent target, all the strikes are directed against that target. If two swords are equipped, the Blade Dancer deals significantly more strikes. Death from Above allows the Blade Dancer to swiftly leap to a selected cell and, upon landing, deal damage to all adjacent targets. This ability can be used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge to be spent. The Blade Dancer gains charges by killing their enemies. The Blade Dancer's main characteristics are weapon skill, agility, and strength. Weapon skill enhances their melee attacks and defense in close combat. Agility increases their dodge chance and makes their abilities more efficient, for example, increasing the number of strikes made with Blade Dance. Strength increases their damage dealt with swords. Note, most of the Blade Dancer's abilities can only be used with a sword equipped. Some abilities, available through progression, cost wounds instead of AP.
Death from Above.
As the tenets demand, the other side awaits. Trust me, death is a blessing. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Damn, lady.
I will be your end.
Your
The
Emperor won't
shadows will
save you!
trust me. Death is a blessing. No. As honor ordained. As this comes, the other side awaits. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure.
A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostate will wash away okay, the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Cabela wipes the blood from her blade in a swift motion. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Doman Draciel? Will you make me your shield and shadow?
Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing von Valencia's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The factotum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Kybella. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have had good reason. The master-at-arms clears her throat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the blood-spun web, for we share a common goal to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. Scourge of the seditious or not, folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malik did to earn that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Heinrich takes a drag on his lho stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's a lower-decker problem. What matters is that the blood-spun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. A plump old man in the rich robes of a confessor adds respectfully, my predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valencius.
Seems as if not all the officers have been presented to me yet.
Confessor Adalbert, your lordship. As a humble servant of the Emperor, I am entrusted with the high honor of being the ship's confessor, or, in other words, the highest spiritual authority on your vessel. I am here to oversee the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate in the officers' chapel and also look after the ship's reliquary.
Confessor, tell me about the spinners at great sacrifice.
The vessel was beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the immaterium for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the archenemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted. The famished became a feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the invaders, but then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet they did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade-tip dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp.
I'd wish to hear my retinue's think.
I have heard, though only at a distance, the prayers the spinners offer up to him. I have seen how their deeds fill the people's hearts with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. The blood-spun web's loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the archenemy. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a spinner into her retinue, she respected the blood-spun web and approved of its mission. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the faith. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the faith.
You will be my shadow, Cabela. Cabela moves so slowly, almost rhythmically as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadow of her eyes ascertate this deadly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your Chateau Domin in Draciel, von Valencia, an instrument of death, placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, as so his tarot spoke. What is the Emperor's Tarot? A deck of psychoactive cards bring sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They are believed to be able to capture images sent by the god Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the tarot cards can be a truly potent divination tool.
A deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination. It is rumored that the sacred tarot cards were created by the Emperor himself to warn his servants of coming dangers. Each deck of cards is unique. The number of cards and arcana varies depending on the region of the galaxy where the deck was created. Tarot reading is considered one of the few trustworthy forms of divination in the Imperium.
The young woman bows her head, and once more, I also come bearing an invitation to the vizier of the blood spurn web. wishes you to know that the doors of the Undying Temples are open to you.
Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship. He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for fivefold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood. My mentor and teacher. The greatest, most sacred relic of the blood-spun web, the Emperor's Tarot. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more, not here, not now. The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. Her path began deep within the flagship, in the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web. Closer to the Undying One. Closer to understanding death.
I will walk in the steps of the matron Psyker.
Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. The cultists retreat into the shadows as Kybella sheaths her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Daman Draciel. We will speak again when the time is right.
Man. Fun!
The rogue trader's ship is a veritable city sailing through the void.
Yeah, I know.
The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship, which you can access from the main elevator on the bridge or from any compartment.
Go to the chap. Oh, I forgot a level. Must level the wife. I mean, what? Let's see, what can Kybella become? Let me read. Archetype. Don't save it. It just redo that. She can become an assassin, master, tactician, executioner. Huh. Wait, is there only one third tier archetype? It's hot. Ballistic and weapon skill damage. I'll give that to you for now. I think I'll give buffs to her because she has a. She is not built. Critical hit. No, because she's not going to be. Dogmatic. 3 rounds. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have any like sniper in my group. Although they said to make her a sniper in the early game. I'll give her a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle. A sniper rifle. Where is the sniper rifle? Give that here. Now. And you, I'm gonna replace your sword. Sword. You now have a katana. You are the man with the plan. Although it's a two-handed weapon. Maybe I should give it to him. Yeah, I should. Why can't I use this one? Oh, I don't have enough strength. Let's give the thing here. It's the silent verdict is for me. Sorry, man. Keep it. I'm gonna either electrocute people or I don't have him to keep the chain sword. The spinner's blade. Wait, should I give her the silent verdict? Oh yeah, actually, giving her the silent verdict is better. Let her keep it on as well. Alright. That makes a lot of sense. Ah, God, I forgot to do the main thing I was control with Cabela. Should I go with a chili? I'll come back to it later. Keep agility. I'll go with Blood Oath. Go to athletics. First person I'm gonna probably take out is going to be the Idrid.
Alas, your lordship, the sacred machine is still deaf to the engine seer's ministrations.
How fascinating. To me, the Immaterium is made of colors, but to the astropaths who dwell in this chapel,
The machine
it
uses
is
its many
music.
quills to commit the astropath's whispers to paper,
Cursed music.
then sorts the resulting raw mental
Why do the
images based on their
astropaths not
meaning.
fill this place with litanies in his name instead.
Choirmaster Zachary Wise, a tall old man in a long green robe. A visit from the rogue trader is an honor for us. Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choirmaster's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath of the gift of sight. But in return, they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. The light emanating from beneath the bandages flickers with strange hues as the choirmaster clutches his temple. His expression shifts in a way you are well familiar with. It is the look of one who has glimpsed the grim signs that evil has left upon your soul.
Oh, do my nightmares scald you?
My apologies, your lordship. I sensed a strangeness in you, and my mind reached out of its own accord. I did not see much, but what I did see was enough. It grieves me to know that this, Mark, weighs on you so. Trust me, I am well acquainted with the oppressive burden of doom.
Tell me about the astropath choir.
Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something specific you would like to know?
What is this device?
It is a sacred compiler that helps us record, store, and, to an extent, unriddle messages. The astropaths first receive these messages in the form of muddled images, dictating what they see to the machine, which logs their every word. From the reels of the receivers on the ceiling, the machine-recorded words are routed through lines under the floor into transcribers and then the thesaurus core. This core is the most important part of the mechanism, as it contains a vast catalog of various symbols and the methods of their interpretation. The compiler matches the images in the message against its data and forwards the results to the central cogitator and myself so that I can begin the ritual of decoding. I know of no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism, and I praise the God Emperor for its existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction of intelligible meaning from perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rites of receiving or sending an astropathic message.
Let's discuss other topics. We will speak later, choir master. I have business to attend to. Goodbye, your lordship.
Goodbye, your lordship. The choirmaster follows you with his otherworldly glowing gaze as you leave, then turns back to the cogitator.
The Void Ship Shrine. We're level 6. Neat. Wait, did I level up? No, I didn't. The Shrine.
An ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth makes you think of the Ulma Universalis, a pattern from the Angevin Crusade era. Among
Just
the
as I
antique weapons,
planned.
you spot the maul known as the Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome Daemon Breenazar the Flater.
Huh. Now for a prayer. You recite a prayer that one you best remember. I am a Sanctic sanctioned Psyker, which basically makes me powered by the God Emperor. So yeah, I'll be more dogmatic than most. Edark Frenzel, a sturdy-built man with a augmented jaw, stands at attention. The dark circle under his eyes speaks to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to the Freight 8 Hub LD 987/A14. Lord Captain, I am Edark Franceau, Captain of the Enforcers in the lower deck bay DLA-14. The Master of Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay. Lord Captain, will you like to inspect the control room, or will you like beginning searching for the Temple of the Bloodsplit? He says with the last part with obvious concern. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and the Salterback know that I was coming? The Master ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspinner openly invited you to visit their temple. We have been awaiting your arrival ever since that day, my Lord Captain. I am here to inspect the entire compartment. I am curious to see how your people on the lower deck live.
Frenzo glances at you warily. As you will, Lord Captain. Still, out of concern for your safety, I must warn you that you should avoid the farthest sections of the bay. They are ridden with disease, and the locals can be particularly unpleasant to deal with. With the kind of riffraff that dwells there, you might even be attacked.
And Dark Heresy.
Kasha shivers. Such ghastly places you describe, we are not headed there, are we, Lord Captain? He frowns. To put it bluntly, although the bay performs its functions well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up, since doing so will require making some serious changes. I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes place in this compartment.
Being assigned here seems almost like an exile. Did you commit an infraction?
Frenzo shakes his head fiercely. No, Lord Captain, quite the opposite. I was commended for my service. This compartment has always been a troublesome one, and the Master-at-Arms assigned me here because she thought highly of my merits. I am honored to have earned Mistress Auerbach's trust. Mistress Auerbach possesses all the personal and professional qualities required to lead the enforcers efficiently, Lord Captain. He enunciates each word with pride, but you note drops of sweat on his brow. But Frenzo stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them. An emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit, that's where the madmen and the lepers live.
Tell me about this station.
Hub LD 987/A14 connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor force and prevent supply disruption between bays.
Who maintains this hub?
Traffic controllers. They're technomats trained by priests of the machine cult to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains were carrying macro cannon ordnance. Also employed here are an enforcer squad, a team of inferni, the clerks who keep cargo records, and a medici officer. A fine chap whose medicine of choice is a bullet, may the God Emperor forgive him.
Not every void ship can boast its own railway.
That is true. Usually higher class ships are the ones that get trains, but it's far from the greatest thing a rogue trader's warrant can see done. The credit here goes to Lady Theodora's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship.
What is the situation on the lower decks?
Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest, our reserve workforce. Whenever crew are lost on a deck, we find replacements from among those rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs.
I have learned enough. The cult of the blood-spun web has a presence in the compartment. Does it not?
That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties, he scowls. As irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice. Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. Frenzo scratches his head, thinking. The spinners honor the Emperor through death, they kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk, and other times even seemingly at random. Their rituals are morbid and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make any sense of them. Frenzo avoids looking at Kybella. I do, Lord Captain. But the cult is authorized to exist on the ship, which means their activities down here are not to be interfered with.
Be steadfast in your duties, Captain. Foremost.
The Emperor protects, Lord Captain.
Give me a moment while I check on my laundry.
Is there money to be made?
Is this the welcome you give the rogue traitor? Abelard's nostrils flare in anger. Whoever had the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. The corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters, "Damn those, how did they even?" You have seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into. Kybella carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Daman Draciel, remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail.
Do you know what this mark is?
It resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think. It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they, well, perform their signature acts of service to the Emperor. Frenzo takes a deep breath. The soundless shadow sank into the dark. Slashed feet crescendo, a fatal dance. Blade song in tempo, each edge an echo. Twin odes to death throes. Now on her sacred blood. As she once trod the backs of foes.
Wait, is he a
Tread
member of the
countless
cult?
souls, but none who know.
You memorized the verse. Why?
When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who follow the blood-spun web as I was trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it, and eventually I learned the whole thing. He frowns. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems. When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who follow the blood-spun web as I was trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it, and eventually I learned the whole thing. He frowns. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems.
God, I didn't pay attention to what he said.
When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who follow the blood-spun web as I was trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it, and eventually I learned the whole thing. He frowns. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems.
What is the song of the trailing blood?
From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult saints. Ariane, or the matriarch spider, as they call her.
So I am invited to follow the trail of blood. It seems I accepted the spinner's invitation.
I hope you find what you're looking for and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain.
Let us not dawdle.
Do we truly have to be here? I am not even sure what is making me more nauseous. These horrid colors, or the smell.
I'm sorry I brought you to a terrible place, young lady. This is a last the hub file for the work cycle. Do you have any idea how much it costs? Anything more than a baton and the whip is too good for you boy dogs. These 57 ration cards, that's all I've got, I swear. Send the rest on Rotgut again. I'm guessing. I'm not doing you any more favors. Give up the drink or get used to life in Penitent Pit. Pestilent Pit. I hope you get hit by a train. Taking this. What? You can't just take that. I'm the rogue trader, you jackass. I can take whatever I want.
I always keep my options open.
What's my dogmatic? What's my level? This might actually not be a good time for me to do this. You know what?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Yes, your lordship.
Right, I'll do this later. No, that's just... How do I check my levels of skills, weapon, my dogmatic and stuff like that? Okay, character menu. There. I'm 15 dogmatic. Dogmatic 1. Have some iconoclasts because I am going not full on dogmatic. It's more RP based because I am a psyker of the people. But at the same time, the Emperor gives me my powers.
Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you, Vigdis pauses, as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wursrian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger, Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir. But I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent, and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency.
You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bicker in full view of the bridge is unacceptable.
I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures. Vent exclaims hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sourback, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Draciel Wursrian, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you.
One moment. How did this start?
The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive. But the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head.
God, this dogmatic run might not be up to my snuff because I am more of an iconoclast. Although the breaker of symbols, religions, and yada yada yada. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship and no one has informed me?
I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem, you simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it.
Where does Seneschal come?
I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Draciel Wursrian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors, it has driven the people to the brink. Vent says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks in Depot 4, to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying, or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it begins.
What is Depot 4?
Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled. But at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again, if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to the sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors.
Master in Arms, the ship enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your perspective.
Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vant, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sourback bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Worsrian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mistress Sourback, I see you have decided to follow the lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit.
Sourback, explain yourself.
The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers. And yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Worsrian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions.
Abelard? Abelard, do you wish to respond?
Mistress Sourback, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior? Or one where I would overrule their order? Or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard have always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline.
You are...
That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order.
And that makes no innovation, no bravery, it's nothing. You are,
Lord Captain, I swear that Sanes Chal Wursrian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions. Although, he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom the Sanes Chal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it, that is my duty as Sanes Chal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point.
I see.
Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose.
I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions myself.
Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to depot for myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors.
How people dare to disrespect my senior officers?
They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers. Abelard grimaces. It is a junior officer's worst failing, to pass problems up the chain of command. I have never been able to abide it. I shall say it again, it was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Benswim, Lord Captain. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer, Abelard adds peevishly. But, in the name of Tira, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter. And she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. it will be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight.
Did you hear? They shouted your name.
Of course they were. The organization of the daily, routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's heating.
Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Is there money to be made?
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
Fortune smiles on us.
I was born in this sector, and it looks like I'll die here too.
Let's grab everything. Loot everything. Anything else to loot? Root everything.
Doro.
The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avril Event of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sourback, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order. Now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there is fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down: the first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears, Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent, Sourback looming over her, or both. Your Lordship. Noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. Your Lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant. I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There is nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself.
We encountered some locals on our way here. The conduct was outrageous. They even try to throw things at us.
Vent's gaze is full of worry and regret. The people are getting desperate. Clearly, they saw the assault unit and they decided they had nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, Lord Captain. It is outrageous. I'm sure the people simply didn't recognize you. It wouldn't have occurred otherwise. We will deal with them once the current situation is resolved.
Is that all you have to say? Are you sure you're worthy of an officer's rank, Lieutenant Vent?
For a split second, Vent freezes in fear, but she pulls herself together, straightens, and clips out, "Forgive me, Lord Captain. I will take steps to ensure such a thing does not happen again."
I will speak with the strikers.
Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and
Right,
says nothing.
you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Opening in her eyes.
We won't stand for it anymore. Wow. Nobles from the upper decks, down here to see us. Gee, greetings. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible, to the strange, to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain. You have come down to us.
Tell me what is troubling you? Why are you striking?
Striking. That's news to us. Why, your lordship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Ribbit, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists, one wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to hold base for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks, and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling toward us. The grim man with the scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here, we're honest workers, your servants. We plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace, without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say? I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The guga they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people, there have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh, yeah. Those boots really were fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servomotor, the same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children. Weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister. But it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my third little one. That is regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? I authorized the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in the sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores, they are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action.
Are back? Wasn't really necessary to torture these people with coal.
The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear.
We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that?
Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here, like that one there that the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off. But the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you.
What change do you
Their
want?
body language and would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what we want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared to. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval.
Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into the untrained hands would be even worse. What more than forces are needed to maintain oversight and order? Withdraw these demands and we will consider the rest.
The tall worker they call Ribbit shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen. Listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue traitor, let alone talk to them. Back down, now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old Nan. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up, it's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons, we don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will, indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great, just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed.
Thought?
The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and, possibly, becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I have seen it before. Abelard's face darkens momentarily. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So, when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple: give them no quarter.
Master-at-Arms, where do you stand?
Give the rabble a grox, and they will take an agri world, Lord Captain. They only understand brute force and will interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling the enforcers would be folly. It would only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny on our hands.
And it is decided the precaution will stop. And I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists.
Your Lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and said, of course, Your Lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned.
Let us see what I've found.
I always have a backup plan.
Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance, and addresses your other companions. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain?
The disloyal rabble. You believe their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them with open arms and allow them to wreak havoc, like they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Let's talk about your role in the...
I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember Lord Captain Theodora? Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate as any true strategist and rogue trader ought.
I would be only too willing to trust my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard.
Abelard's face relaxes slightly. You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And Abelard stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain. And I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the von Valancius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds, they create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all, the rogue traitor was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue traitor, to aid you to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements.
I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your lord, captain, and rogue trader. Accept it and start living in a new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I are new. You and I have new decisions to make.
Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest, Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment, should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places.
All right.
Available common talents.
We'll go with air of authority. Not yet. Okay, more fellowship. Hurt. I'll make you a bit more tougher. I should have gotten Sworn Enemy. Shit, I don't know why I didn't get Sworn Enemy. Why did I get Reckless Attack? Ah. Ah. Oh, what dual wielding? Dueling Master. Blind sensory. Or logic. Lore Imperium. Lore Xenos. Lore Warp. Awareness. Logic. Or Lore Warp. Argenta. Go a more ballistic skill. And United. Stronger together. Stronger together. We'll go with Waking Nightmare. And Strange Vitality. We'll go Blood Rush.
The box crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Raver addresses you. What we have here, Lord Captain, it is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I am surprised, the thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, There is an incoming transmission now, too. Hear us? The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts to static. Do not require assistance, Pete. Do not require assistance. Copy. The Vox relays a different voice. Keep following. Yes, Lord Captain. The connection. For a brief moment the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell. Tell him. You can make out hoarse and furious whispering even over the crackling of the static. What? Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. Miracle we could get away, Emperor protected, and then more fire. Ooh. Void only knows, roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help, we never got to them. Happy now? What have you done, Diet? It is too late now. The Vox channel is again filled with the angry whispering of several voices. In case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions. The honeyed voice of the High Factotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible.
Begin the scan! Let's do this!
This is intriguing.
At once, sir. The woman stands at attention. Captain Raquel Vickery, servant of House Winterscale and the pilot of this shuttle. It is an honor to be greeting His Lordship von Valancius.
Tell me about the planetoid. Or what happened here.
There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Anat Hagon Castglaya. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Rykati Philia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue traitor, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity, she details, enunciating every word of her overlord's title. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally so he could put an end to his lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead, and, she grows paler. You were late to arrive on Ricati Filia. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally so he could put an end to his lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead, and, she grows paler. I haven't been able to contact them over Vox for a very long time now. Yvain, Abelard mutters, stroking his beard. One of his distant younger offspring, yes. That's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Urakb on behalf of his father, rogue traitor Caligos Winterscale. The great regent would not have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means, whatever happened in this terrible, malodorous place, we must aid this man of noble blood.
What happened to the planetoid?
The only settlement on Ricati Filia is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines and the domed quarries. They mine sulfur, ceram dust, and sand, which is then melted down. A rather nondescript place, or so it was, prior to current events.
The warden himself is heading the riot?
Yes, she bites her lip. No one expected this. Master Castglaya is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Ricati Filia was now his personal domain, that the prisoners were his subjects, and that and I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock?
Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissident?
She sighs quietly. It's a personal matter. Master Castglaya, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses, no doubt. The first Winterscale in my memory who prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. She smiles faintly. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and, I really don't like this place. Kasia frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Orselio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes?
I was looking for a man by the name of Ilerix von Helix. Is he here, perhaps?
Unless it's one of the prisoners or guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There is nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place.
Is there anything else I should be appraised of before I set off?
Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but, given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your lordship. Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle.
I have no questions. You may excuse yourself, pilot.
The woman freezes for a moment before asking hesitantly, Your lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't ever have dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation, in any case, have you been to the capital of Rykad Minories yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper.
What is your relationship to this man?
We are engaged, your lordship, she declares somewhat bashfully.
I have not yet been to Rykad Minorius, and know nothing of this officer's fate.
That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from harm, thank you, she bows.
Whisper.
You can tell
and
by
be
the
heard.
desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible.
Never doubt me.
Keep your wits about you. What do we have here?
Sins hidden in the heart turn all
Cass,
to...
tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
Usually a colorful pandemonium, but now your colors have faded. Are you afraid of me, Idira? Or of what I might see in you?
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment.
Look no further. Let's patch you up.
Just in time.
This wound will make a fine scar.
Injuries will not slow me.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Let the blood flow!
A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not fail. Come. The other side awaits. As honor ordains. Trust me. There is only death. Yours or mine.
Injured. I'm enraged.
I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Death to the weak!
An offering of blood.
I bring ruin!
I feel nothing, fear nothing.
I won't stand for it.
Well,
I won't compromise my principles. I refuse. On it. You never stood a chance. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I won't compromise my principles. I won't stand for it.
Not this Scryer's job. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I serve the ruinous powers. I'm here, maggot. Ah! Show me what you've got.
Thanks.
The shadows will death is a blessing. This goes against the tenets.
Victory is imminent.
One fewer target.
High momentum.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If only that were possible. I'm not accustomed. Try to die with grace, at least.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done.
This is unacceptable. That is not the Emperor's will. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Sounds become unbearably loud.
I would that I could. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. I cannot serve you in this way.
That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done. I took care of this one.
Emperor, deliver us!
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
As honor ordains. Come, the other side awaits.
grease-stained edges of the
did it.
poster detach ever so slightly. It appears that it was frequently removed and rehung.
Take it all!
These cages have been placed in plain view of the beds. Inside are traces of blood and excrement.
I always keep my options open.
Sometimes, I wonder to what extent our perception of the Empyrean differs.
Ooh, I'm glad that I never have to look at it.
The symbol before you bears a familiar scent,
but
that
I'll
of the
do
dark
just
forces
fine
of chaos.
without an eyeball in the middle of my forehead.
Well, that's unnecessarily mean.
Severed human body parts. Judging by the number of horrid morsels, dozens of victims were slain here.
I have 3 Psykers on my team. I don't
I
Unlocked.
always get the job done.
Unlocked.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
My brother, and the dawn is nigh. The opposition will guide us into new existence. Yes, yes, dear brethren, have a taste of my steel. Oh, how I've longed for this moment, brethren.
Thank the throne. Normal-looking faces. We thought we were going to die here with these nutters. The old man with a gap-toothed smile drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change, talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust.
Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot.
Here's the deal, we're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot. But, well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities. So we had to, play along. But that's all it was, play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina nor to the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance, Ed. We just want to wait until everything blows over and we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the Seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. The lowborn's speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true, darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies, and he is using his wiles on us as well, but I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words.
Tell me about the warden and the riot.
Pa, why soil your tongue talking about that heretic? But if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Castglaya, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way: prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the chompers from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad.
3 meals a day makes him mad?
Things only went downhill from there. The guards quitted with the teeth punching the warden forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot, and then, would you believe it, they put together a list of best workers. And if someone on that list also showed good behavior, that's when they'd get promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Or that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishments. And that it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work, it was the optimates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the optimates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiffs kicking it a week, and now, well now we were lucky if it was only 50. And that wasn't even the end of it. Warden Castbly moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry, under the dome. And I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things like the optimates are saints who will behold the truth, and he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them, more beast than man. They were butchering people left and right. Even guards. And overseers. The warden himself had armed them. And that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he let us have dinners. Oh, this won't end well. Idira nods knowingly. The old codger's right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. She notices your look and catches herself. I mean that with all due respect, your lordship, no offense intended.
What, if I spare you, what do I gain from it?
Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves from Rykad Minories, debtors, gutter snipes. They're no one serious. Now, we, your nobleness, are cut from a different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you we're on Footfall Station? You know Footfall, the only shipyard and the best market in all the Coronis expanse. Yes, so, where on Footfall you can find some very serious, business-minded people, and how you can get yourself a very special discount from them on some very special goods.
What kind of serious people?
The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the expanse. There is no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive. But cutting throats together now, that's anti-counterproductive.
Why am I breaking my neck? You're pirates. I came across the void ship belonging to your association. They were planning to break you out?
The man grunts, huffs, then makes up his mind. Well, now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come get us a long time ago, but they got tied up somewhere. Void Kraken's gullet with them. And in all this time we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull the synth wool over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. So what now? Will you let us go? Idira cracks her neck. Sure, no problem. Today you tell us a little lie, tomorrow you stick a torpedo in our side from that ship of yours, if it doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction.
Very well, I shall spare you.
Oh, that's so great to hear.
Ah, God,
Your
this is the
nobleness.
grim darkness of
Just
the far
great.
future.
Now there's a true aristocrat, not that warden creep. Now then, your nobleness, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's this district there, the Shadow Quarters. It's called that because it's located behind the statue of our holiest emperor. I've known folks who called it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time finding and burning them all.
Continue?
Forgive an old man for getting distracted, so. Footfall. The Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there, built into the remains of an old ship. And in that bar, in the back room, a certain Riza does her business.
I changed my mind. By
Tell
his
her
name,
Grandpa
I
Backville
will
says
not let
hello. You'll be her favorite client in the
such as
blink of an eye.
yourselves leave this place alive.
There we are. Well, your nobleness, we'll be going now if you don't mind.
Let us not dawdle.
The Emperor favors me today.
My warp sight reveals something.
diviner staff. Because she is a diviner, I'll give her the diviner staff, even though I don't like this weapon. Prisoner this is interesting.
I always have a backup plan. That's
Unlocked.
how it's done.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
There we go. Okay, what difficulty am I right now? I'm not daring. Okay, good.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
I'm gonna get my ass kicked here.
Unlocked.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
The evidence suggests that the victim was killed by poison gas. This glass-making furnace was used to melt the extracted sand into glass.
I always keep my options open.
I told you, Evie. They are hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers, and sisters, what have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft. Heedless of everything but what is in front of him. But Aurora, she is different. She spoke with me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth to me. And now I can reveal it to you, if you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he is not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long thin metallic rod with blood dripping off it. We have guests? From the Von Valencia's ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It's important that you feel everything. Including your other eye. As the warden is speaking, a strange sensation draws your attention toward the ground, specifically, an open pit in the loose dirt. A single word such, dreadful shades, Kasha recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place, they are putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain, and
This
doom.
pit, there's something special about it. It's not... Is there not? An item of value was once buried here. Now tell me, Warden, what was the item and who took it from here?
The warden's gaze bores into you. Then he smiles with the corners of his lips. You are too late, enemy of the truth. This bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You will never find the trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout.
Why did you mutilate these people?
These are my optimates. Saints who will guide the flock at the fated hour. Listen, he pauses and smiles. Can you hear? You can't? They are crying out. Calling. It's just that their cries are not meant for our ears. They cast their voices out there, beyond the edge of the glass, into the transparent quiet. There, they are heard. There, their call is answered. You know, we had this guy once, he was a quiet one. One day he walked into a middle deck bar, threw one back, and then pulled out a gun and started shooting people left and right without saying a word. Then he shoved the barrel in his mouth and blew his brains out. Our warden here has exactly the same look in his eyes right now.
How do you know who I am?
Lies have many faces, but there is only one truth. and it has been laid bare before me. I knew the enemy of the truth would come here sooner or later.
Step away from the hostage house once.
The warden sneers and glances at the maimed young man. Hostage? How rude. Young Winterscale is my guest and dearest friend. He came here himself to visit his old acquaintance and have a heartfelt talk, and I am merely showing him some appropriate hospitality to commemorate our reunion. As if echoing his words, Yvain lets out a weak moan. How dare you, contemptible peasant! For every drop of noble blood you spill, you will pay 100-fold more. Kasha turns to you for support with an expression that is in equal parts indignant and frightened. Abelard shakes his head somberly. That poor fool. I knew nothing good would come of his naive attempt at negotiating with heretics. However, Yvain appears to still be alive. If we make haste, we might yet save him. Having a scion of House Winterscale in your debt would certainly prove beneficial.
I'm here to quell a riot, by means far from diplomacy.
The warden raises his hand, and the maimed people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for words has passed. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth or become awash in blood.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Your Emperor won't save you! To non-believers! Ah! Here we go!
Damn!
I serve the ruinous powers!
It cleanses the body.
No can do. Anything else?
Oh, that was dumb of me.
Chaos guides me! Ah! Out of my way!
Just killed one of your men.
Make them bleed!
Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
I am your doom!
If this is my death, may my blood be a worthy sacrifice.
I refuse. I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Let me help.
Do you think my body was suffering?
I'm not interested. At your beck and call.
Emperor, give me strength.
It will be done. Indeed. One fewer target.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Out of my way! Chaos guides me!
From the ashes, I will rise.
On it! Be gone!
Someone just hit the ground?
Who if not me?
I shall not be.
Gotta get the wife up.
I'll make it happen.
Emmy.
Follow my lead. Someone else can do this. Victory is imminent.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
If I may.
Hold on! Death to the weak!
You will not die in dishonor.
I'm a member.
The whispers must be appeased.
Crush the feeble!
There is only death, yours or mine.
It's as good as done. Who if not me? I'll make it happen.
Trust me.
This doesn't kill her.
As the tenants. comes in silence.
Please don't die. Please don't die.
I will do my duty. It will be done. Indeed. An exemplary strike.
I'm afraid not. Step aside. The navigator is coming. Do not dare ask. That is foolishness.
Oh, I'm gonna hurt my own people. I shouldn't.
That is not my destiny. What is this foreboding? But of course.
I won't compromise my principles. My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
I am your blade and shield.
It will be done. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
I'm afraid not. Do not dare ask.
I've suffered worse.
Oh god, that was dumb of me.
That is foolishness. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Let's make it quick.
I'm still standing. Just barely.
Was that you? Or...
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
I won't stand for it. I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Oh, babe.
I would that I could. Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live. As honor ordains.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Let's get to it.
Will do. I feel cold.
You don't frighten me!
I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see.
I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible, but even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Yvain, Winterscale, AF Coronis. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Urakvi, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help, Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul, for he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady, Kasia, I presume. The sacred child of House Orselio. How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, Yvain looks away in shame. I find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. And the warden, my friend. I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Speaking is a struggle, but he continues stubbornly. Father hates diplomacy. Which is why I had to try. Wounded, I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? This was my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure. He is either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. He nods, giving into oblivion. The mutilated man does not stir, bound in his shackles. The plaque near his head reads, Most Holy Prophet and Optimate Atishan.
Keep your wits about you.
Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first, you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valencius's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in? Abelard trails off when he notices what you are looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium's saints, it cannot be. Idira bites her lip. I see it too. Whatever that thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? Abelard is at a loss for words. He takes a moment to collect himself, and all at once they start pouring out in a hasty sputter. It's a mistake. Slander meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now, this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Idira's smile betrays her grief, but, at the same time, is strangely knowing. Brazen. Assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she had thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood, but do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person, you see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There is enough venom in Idira's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the archenemy. A person who has tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset, you just gave up on her and moved on. Draciel, don't be naive. Theodora kept an unsanctioned witch by her side like a pet. Do you really believe she would think twice about crossing the line in other ways? The mutilated man does not stir, bound in his shackles. The plaque near his head reads, Most Holy Prophet and Optimate Ahishan. Your skin crawls as you approach this place, however, there does not appear to be anything of note.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
The accretions on the outside of the structure indicate some regularly occurring natural phenomenon, possibly poison gas emissions.
Let us not dawdle.
The rebellion has been crushed. I have news for your lord. He is safe in one piece. I will receive him as a guest on my ship. So ready the shuttle.
There is visible relief on the pilot's face. Clicking her heels together, she cheerfully barks out, "Consider it done, your lordship. Thank you for the good news." Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks, complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel followed by a weary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Idira joins the channel and chimes in playfully, "Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering, folk have grown used to all that, so our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here." The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnisaya, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult, and High Factotum Janris Danrik would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment.
So what do they want me to do? Okay, the unusual behavior. Do a little more and then I'll stop soon.
As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand.
You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Amongst their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died in the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics rising from the dark to take your life. As if it's of its own accord, a shard lands at the edge of the desk, and sole remnant of Conrad, the bowl of Pierre's weapon, slides in your hand. The metal is searing cold, the dead sway from side to side. Choose you, closing in around you, and the nightmarish slow advance. Kneel before the rogue traitor. Your lives belong to me.
All you hear in response is unintelligible voices, whispers, moans, and derisive laughter. Anger ignites your chest, and you clutch the shard, which ravenously bites into your palm with its sharp edge.
An unbearable a bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by growling minions. Your body shivering in your mere presence. Their body shivering in your mere presence. Your hand no longer holds the painful shard, but a majestic and interrig weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze as ancient and dark that is sealing your breath. A way you have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Throw the demon blade away. Never! Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle felt as if it has become one with your hand, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash.
You awaken from the vision kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. The starport greets you with the din of ordnance and the smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Halt. Weapons on the ground, or I'm firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles toward you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads, SGT Malger. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it? And on a shuttle like that, where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab em, lads, we've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess? Idira glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them.
Abelard enlightened these rabble about the proper manner of...
With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks, "My mistake, sir." At once. The starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sargia.
A frag grenade explodes, cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere. With a piercing scream, one of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army's prayer for the dead. With a raspy cough, the sergeant turns back to you. "Pardon me, sir. Lieutenant Sergeant Lascius Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I, sir?" Some dirty dog nearly shot my shot. What is going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebels in both the capital and the provinces. Left the lower level sparked. Then it went up to the spires, yet they hit the Vox HUD. The arsenal, the mag train station.
Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Rykad Minories. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. Kasha lets out a sorrowful sigh. "You may continue your report, peasant."
My unit was here when it all went to the Gox. The tech priests linked the satellite reports citing of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the stars until one of them set course to land at Rykad. They were orbiting the star Rykad Majoris. The governor took precautious measurements in order to increase security for key facility. Everyone knows that whatever something's not right, you better double the warden's details. The alarm was raised and we went sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we are able to hold.
They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo, every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute.
What caused the rebellion? I thought, sir, we've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking, things keep exploding. The people are scared. We've forgotten all about their duty. They've forgotten all of their duties and theirs. The God, the Emperor forgives me. Preachers came and they started riling everyone up. Surely enough, we shot a few, but they just kept coming. More and more of them. You've done fine work, Malgar, and so are your troops. It is people like you that hold the Imperium together. I live to serve. Dirty. Some dirty dogs nearly shot down my shuttle. Affirmative, your lord, sir. It's all those rebels, or maggots, somehow got their hands on the anti-aircraft battery, and it's causing our shuttles no end of trouble. The thing really packs a punch. You're lucky they missed you. I've seen them fry 2 shuttles carrying reinforcements. No sorts will survive. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? The word Inquisition, at the word of Inquisition, the sergeant's face filled with awe. I don't know, sir. There's definitely hasn't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have inquired the headquarters, your lordship, sir. I'm going to see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their goddamn anti-air battery, there is absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I send all the available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I'll vox cast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters they sent out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we'll follow the governor's orders and hold the line.
Idira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she is looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness.
Pardon me, my lady, but I cannot get my head around these fanciful words you say. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I will fight till my last drop. What tech priest? A very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. Kept asking whether anyone by the name of Arderant or Ardenaut or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions, though. Said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk to the governor personally, so I had sent a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. Good soldier, Malgar. I'll see that your heroism is noted. I live to serve, sir. Another expert interrupts the door in signs of relief. He turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands.
I always have a backup plan.
So, this is how vast the sky is. It is no wonder that mutiny broke out here. How can order be maintained in a place without compartments or bulkheads?
But I will grant none.
I will take you down.
Trust me, death is a blessing. I will leave footprints of scarlet, as honor ordained. I shall not. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
I refuse, as the Emperor comes eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Cover me! I'm not so sure.
An otherworldly screech pierces your ears.
Scared yet?
Here we go.
The unrighteous have come to take all that we have from us. Let us stand united, my brethren,
My God.
to battle.
A tactically sound approach. I'm not interested. I'd rather not. Indeed.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Let's get to it.
Oh, my ears are
Hold on.
I refuse. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I won't stand for it.
I'm here, maggot. Stop it! How'd you like this?
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I must not falter. As the tenets decline, the other side awaits. I cannot serve you in this way. Killing brings me no pleasure. As honor ordained. Show me what you've got.
I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will.
High momentum.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. No can do.
Let's make it quick.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Reduced to dust!
Isn't this a job for the... As duty demands.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Oh, that's on me.
Let's make some opportunities.
Trust me.
On it.
Onwards!
Rise to the top or get left in the dust. Keep your wits about you. I'll make an example out of you.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Yeah.
The other side awaits.
Let's get to it.
The unrighteous have come to take all that we have from us. Let us stand united, my brethren. To battle.
Let's get to it.
Whoops.
As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak. Strike with a prayer.
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
Need to tough it out.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Death is a blessing. As honor ordains.
Me? Witness the fury of House Orcelio!
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature. I'll make it happen. Never stood a chance. I refuse.
My place is at the fore. I will do my duty. The healing is much appreciated. Victory is imminent.
Let's get to it! Scared yet?
Just a minor setback.
I shall not fail. As honor ordains.
Let's get to
Angels, leave us! That's an order! I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Emperor, give me strength. I'm not accustomed to die with grace, at least. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
At your beck and call. It will be done. Indeed.
I'm still new to the art of exploring. Let us see what I've found.
The turret was placed in a great hurry, but the Technomet never had the chance to activate it.
Duty prevails. Never doubt me.
Over there.
The Emperor favors me today.
The insurgents walked in a crowd right across the mine barrier, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death.
I always keep my options open. Just as I planned.
Judging by the caustic smell and oily stains, Promethium was previously stored here. It must have fallen into the hands of the heretics.
Is there money to be made?
Wrong direction.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive! Hold back!
May knowledge be thy fate.
A man dressed in crimson and should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear wheezing and the respirator that covers half of his face.
Not another step.
A trill comes from a file from a partially smoldering crimson and cream. In the binaric speech, the sacred language of this Mechanicus, the binaric hymn transformed into a box synthesized voice that sounds like a thundering roar over a vast plain.
Flee, for I am death.
He grunts, hand rises to stop you, and immediately your Vox howls in pain, and your machine equipped starts crackling. And the tech priest's brazen power axe engorges on clouds of righteous sparks, and his visor grows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ah, placid.
I am rogue trader Draciel von Valatius. I mean, you know it.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
How did you manage to kill off the slain of the people and blow up a sacred machine and without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orcelio's star charts in the Furibunda system, not far from the Void Colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
How did you not even you did not even know how you caused an explosion?
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
How strange it is to hear such words from one who is not of the blood-spun web. We have much in common.
Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
You must be quite devoted to your mentor to be willing to wait in this mess for him.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death. With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumph in service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Right. Another operative. There we go.
My warp sight reveals something.
An entire procession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire, and not a single one of them attempted to flee.
This is a better bolt gun. Here you go. I should. Chain weapon plus, yeah, the plus crit damage. I need someone else to heal.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium. Let's patch you up.
Ah, I owe you a debt.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I won't forget this. Always keep your eye on the prize.
In violation of the right of operation, the shuttle's Promethium tanks have been abandoned and left open. Someone interrupted the fueling sacrament.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
If I could see the golden light of the astronomic... You see it, Cassia. I would probably go still forever, unable to take my eyes off the radiance of the Emperor for an instant.
I think you would manage. You have different hues of light within you. Silver and crimson. One of them would call you back to this world.
Every one of the dead have had their eyes ruthlessly burned.
Let us not dawdle.
An entire procession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire, and not a single one of them attempted to flee.
Oh my god. I'm an idiot. I might have one more fight. You see the machine spirits will listen to you. I bet they're really stubborn. Quit your whining. I see the tech priest do it twice. I once even brought a sensor to him. Of course they'll listen. Bam. Alert. Profound violation of the algorithm. Brutal.
Access received.
Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Ha! I'll bleed you dry!
Well, that works.
A dance of blades and shadows, as the tenets demand. The shadows will see it done, as honor ordains. No.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I am a navigator, another foe painted black.
Let's get to it!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
My competencies are not that universal.
Is a prayer. Guided by faith. I refuse. This is unacceptable. Eradicated.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
High momentum.
I won't compromise my principles. Who, if not me?
I shall not be killing. It brings me no pleasure.
I'll make it happen.
Judgment. Us weak. I am your blade and shield. Trust me.
That's a lot of chunks.
Keep your wits about you. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The upper extend across the wide bridge, which is suspended high above the growling water. The river below the bridge is densely packed with imposing and ostrographic. I'll do one more battle and I'll probably stop there. I've been going for 4 hours. Damn.
Is there money to be made?
Oh shit. Level up. That's it. Go with that. A young man in a planetary guard uniform salutes you. Your lordship, Private Camila Regius. Ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy I sent to meet you was ambushed and has taken critical losses in heavy fight heading against the rebels. In other words, I am the only survivor. However, the rebel forces was destroyed as well. You can now set out to Central Command. The success to radio fail ratio for combat objective completion for this world's military speaks its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading the troops to server to amp. Your uniform looks odd, soldier. As if it belongs to someone else. Apologies, your lordship. The soldier draws himself up on and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a different situations right now, so we often just get issues whatever's left, and it isn't always the right size. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You're hiding something behind beaming hue of faith and loyalty. What is it? The soldier gulps nervously under the strain of gaze, Caseo's ruby eye. Here, I guess, it times like this, if you give in to weakness, you're done for, and I am not done with living just yet. How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protected me, the soldier repeats with confidence. I did run your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us, but alas, the captain's come to his wounds and the others have already died. Your emperors rest their soul. What can you tell me about the insurgents? Its ungrateful rabble roused its rebellion against the plan's lawful governor, and his lordship, Carlios Winterscale. A ruler by the will of the emperor, they are all heretics deserving of the most terrible death. Order will be restored, the guilty will be punished. Enough. Let us head to the central command. Yeah, Yes, your lordship. You have to take this avenue. It leads to the starport right, to the command center. It is a short walk. I don't know if this is real. I feel like this is a trap.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Something large and heavy plowed down the entire width of the street. You can only guess what could have caused
We
such
should
damage.
deal with this.
The temple's tower collapsed onto the pavement and is blocking the way. It will take days to clear the rubble. This shuttle must be what crashed into the building and destroyed part of the street. Unlocked.
Machine God grants me insight.
The temple door does not budge. It may be blocked by rubble from the other side.
I always keep my options open.
There are traces of a recent battle everywhere, including bodies in planetary guard uniforms. The
As it
soldiers'
should
bodies
be.
and the general aftermath of the battle suggest that the attackers knew the squad's numbers, ranks, and movement route precisely.
The remains of my squad, once we've put down on the rebellion, and will be given the honor they deserve, as soldiers fell in a righteous battle. The battlefield looks suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had a chance to draw the weapon in the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take and how large it would be. The enemy is smart and cunning. Perhaps they are watching us. I must report this to the governor. Too many parts of your story fail to add up. I'm beginning to wonder you are a traitor. I swear, your lordship, I've gotten a few things mixed up from enemy experience, and that's why they don't add up. Please, let's walk to the governor's command center. I can carry out my orders. Once we get there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me if you wish. I am a loyal soldier, and that's the truth. I don't believe him, Lord Captain. Pale green is seeping from his every word, and I know this color of deceit well. I once mistook Favrek's word as humble and full of sweetness and of sincerity. In truth, they were poison. In times of war, it's better to execute an innocent than have a mole in our ranks. Blast you, scum! Aurora will get you all the same. Aurora and the final dawn!
I always have a
Spence has
backup plan.
detected something.
Duty prevails.
Errant rubbish lies scattered between the seats covered in stone dust, old programs, faded tickets, and food scraps of unknown origin.
I'll make an example out of you.
Spare none of them!
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Deliver us!
Damn.
Here we go.
Isn't this a job for the sparrows all clad in scarlet? If only that were possible.
Follow my lead. Someone else can do this.
Why can't
I will do my duty. I'm not interested. It will be done.
Out of my way!
Show me what you've got. Time to slaughter someone.
Damn, you have a lot of mobility.
Come, the other side awaits.
Don't let your guard down. It's as good as done.
One fewer target. Victory is imminent.
I'll make it happen.
You could do worse, but not by much.
As the Emperor, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it. As the Emperor...
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Request denied. Request the Messiah condemns you.
I took care of this one.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me! Stop! There!
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Death comes in silence. This goes against the tenets. I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see it done.
High momentum.
I won't stand for it.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! Doubt is for the weak. That is not the Emperor's will.
Cogitation failed.
Help me, Lord Captain! Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
My place is at the fore. It will be done.
A dance of blades and shadows. As the tenets killing brings me no pleasure.
Let us not dawdle. Keep your wits about you.
Success is measured in blood yours and your enemies. The food in the stalls is covered by a thick layer of stone dust. It was all abandoned in a hurry.
Is there money to be made?
Numerous pumps, compressors, and other machines are thrumming away on the lower levels of the Great Bridge.
Cast your eye there.
Ow.
I am registering numerous losses among combat and civilian units. There is a high probability that these values would be lower.
The shuttle must have been shot out of the sky by a powerful weapon before it crashed into the building and fell onto the once crowded street. Unlocked.
Operation successful.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Always keep your eye on the price.
The ancient anti-air battery of Press Propulsion casts a dark shadow on the ground. Kneeling in the shadow is a red-headed woman with gaping black holes where her eyes once were. She's feverishly scrambling for something on the ground around her, repeating light, light, light.
That's enough whining, lads. We won't be getting any more visitors. We've lopped the heads off all of them. And as for that coward, I gave her a taste of my true side. Where's she gonna go? The portly woman gestures toward the redhead. Her eclectic gear has clearly been scavenged from her less lucky friends. Right, now who's this?
The rogue trader.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Are you ready to die?
Hold on.
Let's get to it.
I'll do it. I will not. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Scared yet?
I am your blade and shield, as honor ordains. Trust me.
Let's get to it.
Damn, there's a lot of these guys.
Let's make it quick.
I'm here, maggot.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Me, as duty demands.
Let's get to it. Take up defense over the body of the fallen units. Let's get to it.
Show me what you've got.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. My vow is to find function successfully terminated.
Indeed.
Who, if not me?
I will do my duty.
see to it personally.
Time to slaughter someone.
Here we go. Can't catch my breath.
The shadows is a blessing. As the tenants demand. Come, the other side awaits.
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. Running binaric override.
Let's patch you up.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
At your beck and call. You are target.
High momentum.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I'll make it happen. I won't compromise my principles.
Let's get to it. Scared yet?
Let's get to it.
Death comes in silence. Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Let's get to it.
Emperor, deliver us.
Let's get to it.
Try to die with grace, at least.
My competencies are not that universal. Request denied. Request approved.
Here we go.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The Omniscient comprehends all.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
Another enemy down.
I'm here, maggot.
Out of my way! Hold on!
Show me what you've got.
As honor ordained.
Time to slaughter someone.
Emperor, give me strength. If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm afraid not.
Let's make it quick! Request approved.
Follow my lead.
Let's make some opportunities.
Let's get to it! Let's get to it! Suffering is part of the trial.
Let's get to it.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Scared yet?
Another foe painted black.
Here we go. Cogitation fails. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I am ready for whatever comes. It's as good as done.
Another color has faded.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Me? As duty demands. Do not dare ask.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. An expected result. That's something worse.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. In the name of House Orcelio, I shall
My
prevail.
place is at the fore. It will be done. I took care of this one. Follow my lead.
Don't let your guard down.
Out of my way!
Die! Die! Die!
I am your blade and shield.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
A tactically sound approach. I'd rather not.
Hold on!
The shadows will see it done. As the tenets demand. As honor ordains.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
You are in the presence of House Orcelio. Color the uncolored.
I have a nose for profit, and the taste for adventure. I always keep my options open.
Never doubt me.
I always have a backup plan. Is there money to be made? Let us not dawdle. How I'll make an example out of you.
I will level you. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Faith without seeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Trust me. The shadows come. The other side awaits. I would that I could. As honor ordained.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
Someone else can do this. That's not the Seneschal's job. I'm not interested. One fewer target.
Advancing. Request denied. My competences are not that universal.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
I'm not accustomed. Try to die with grace, at least.
That's neat.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Unlocked.
I always get the job done.
A powerful explosion destroyed a large part of the
Keep
bridge,
your wits
both
about
above
you.
and below. Could someone still be alive in there? From your vantage point, it does not seem like this lavish mansion has been damaged by explosions, but you cannot enter. Something is blocking the entrance from the inside.
I'm having a lot of fun with this. Great story. Mostly great of everything.
Some shots are able to pierce enemies and deal damage not only to them but also to characters behind them. This effect is called overpenetration.
Maybe I jumped in too quickly.
always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh.
Arbitrators, secure perimeter. Formation 4755.
The huge cybermastiff immediately stops snarling in your direction and goes quiet at its master's foot, its stillness punctuated only by the thick globules of blood dripping from its metal fangs.
Solomon Antha of the Adeptus Arbates. State your name and the purpose of your stay on
I am Draciel von Valencia, successor to the recently deceased Theodora von Valencia. I have come to this world from personal business.
So, Theodora von Valencia is dead. I will deliver this tragic news to Marshal Strax. I honor the pact your predecessor made with the Adeptus Arbates. I won't keep you any longer.
What is the nature of this arrangement between Arbates and Theodora?
Your predecessor made a formal alliance with us. She provided us with a headquarters on Dargonis and supported us in the collection and guarding of the Imperial Tithe on several occasions. We, in turn, assisted Lady Theodora in enforcing the law on the worlds under her control.
What are your people doing here?
Removing obstructions to an official inquiry. My unit and I came here to investigate the disappearance of one particularly valuable ship, but the mutinous scum got in the way. Now we are having to deal with them too.
What do you know about the situation on the planet?
Only that the governor is failing in his responsibilities. This is a planet-wide rebellion, and it reeks of madness, or worse, of witchcraft. The rebels are blinding both themselves and others, and their ravens are the most insane and unholy thing I've ever heard.
Are you not supposed to help the governor regain control over the world? I thought the maintaining order was the foremost duty of the Arbiter.
Not every uprising demands action by the Adeptus Arbates. For now, I'm simply assessing the situation, and if our investigation requires that the rebellion be crushed, then we will intervene.
What about
Still, the governor had best put a stop to this bedlam. He is not here to just sit and look pretty.
What about the missing ship?
It's about a tithe ship. A vessel loaded to the brim with planetary tithes, amassed over a considerable period, suddenly went dark as soon as it departed Rykad Minoris.
Does the stolen tithe tile?
Resources that every world is under obligation to relinquish for the good of the Imperium. In the case of Rykad Minoris, they include the ceramite and explosive reagents produced on Rykadi Philia, armor glass, medical supplies, and guardsmen, a living tithe to be recruited into the regiments of the Astra Militarum. Cargo like that is particularly dangerous in the hands of heretics, as it can be easily converted into wealth or used for military purposes.
That was one fearsome-looking dog. I was impressed by its performance in battle.
That skirmish just now, Glato didn't even get to show off a tenth of what he is capable of. But he is quickly catching up with me for who's killed the most heretics today.
What do you intend to do next?
Fight our way to the local administratum palace and ascertain whether a fire or some other disaster hasn't destroyed the documents related to the investigation. I hope the clerks were smart enough to put the records before their lives. If the Emperor favors us, we will extract the data we need, or else interrogate the survivors before we pay a visit to the governor. The questions we have for him are beginning to pop. Arbitrators, eliminate the surviving rebels. Now is not the best time for conversations. With target practice standing around like this. Unless you have more questions, I will proceed with my assignments.
So the governor is a suspect.
Every citizen of this planet is a suspect, but Governor Medina is under particular scrutiny. Seizing the sacred tithe requires access to information, resources, and power. The governor fits that profile. Then there's this rebellion. Convenient. How many records and crucial witnesses do you think will be lost? Some people call it cover-up. I do not like how aptly this term describes the present situation.
I am on my way to see the governor myself. You and your unit could accompany me.
I must refuse. Our mission and the Marshal's orders take priority, even over a request from an individual as empowered as you.
I have no more questions.
May the Emperor watch over us. That way, this meeting won't be our last.
Serve the Emperor in your heart and deeds when you join the ranks of his illustrious army, the Astra Militarum.
Rise to the top or get left.
The arbitrator's arrival was certainly a welcome.
Come to your senses, Herald. Look what you're doing to your own family. A woman of about 60, gray-haired but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick pure white beard, stretching her arms toward him. Take pity on us. Let us go.
All of my adopted and bloodshot aren't here. I raised them all on my own. Now I am protected. Let's help them. No, you tell me. Who are you and what are you doing to these unfortunate? I'm Chief. My former name, is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to divergence from foe and to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see. You have been torturing your own family in order to save them? You've been blinding them so that they can see the truth? Oh, those who lack the faith cannot grasp the truth and will not be saved. Aurora, whoever that is, was exploiting your naivete. Can't you see you're causing nothing but suffering? All I wanted was to save. The man drops his weapon and covers his face with his hands in desperation. You're short sobbing. There's no washing the blood from your hands. But you can at least let us go, Ardlin, the ones you haven't mutilated yet. Your family will be taken care of. As for you, I have condemned you to death.
Is there money to be made?
Acquisition is possible.
See, right there. The Emperor favors me today.
The cover was haphazardly assembled from whatever the rebels could find.
Ah! persuasion. Willpower.
I always have a backup plan.
Over there!
Nothing escapes my sight. Attention! Cast your eye there. I better myself through my service. Duty prevails. The Emperor favors me today. Never doubt me. I better myself through
Clearly
my
oblivious
service.
to your presence, the soldier mutters incoherently and does not react to anything around him.
Let us not dawdle.
What advice do you seek? Let me help.
Ministration is a holy task.
This mechanical door leads to the lower levels under the upper web.
I always keep my options open.
The goods in this stall are a stark contrast
Rise
to the rest of the nearby
Or
shops.
get left in the dust.
The jars are labeled, all-purpose synth powder, fills you up no matter what. Made in Necromunda's best factories.
Not yet. Not to the command center yet.
Is there money to be made?
Go back to the east side, and I'm gonna go downward. Do a bit more. See if I can get to the command center, and then I'll.
I always have a backup plan.
We should deal with this.
I'm listening.
This
Let us
ocular
see
implant
what I
was a
found.
worthwhile investment.
Locomotors are fully
Attention to detail
operational.
is the key to success.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling. The Emperor favors me today.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart.
Keep your wits about you.
My cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much.
These enormous humming transformers must be part of a single and much larger mechanism that supplies power to the whole
My
hive.
success is an irrefutable certainty.
Sector, Coronis Expanse. Region, Rykad System.
Check it out.
Location, streets in the vicinity of the Rykad Minories starport. Material, report based on oral accounts and picked recordings. Added to the archives of House von Valancius by the order of Sanes Chal Worsrian.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
All of you will bleed!
Death to non-believers!
I didn't read any of that. I should have.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I serve the ruinous powers! See my great works, masters!
Death comes in silence. I shall not caught by the web.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
I don't know why you attacked that.
I've
That was
suffered
one of
worse.
the dumbest things I've ever seen.
Such is the will of chaos!
Out of my way! Chaos guides me.
I am your doom. I bring ruin.
I have read tomes of military tactics. The Navigator's might. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Faith without deed is...
My god, you suck.
I refuse. Doubt is for the weak.
I won't stand for it. Taking calculated risk is in my second nature.
Running binaric override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
It has no thread, no name. Undying one guide me. How can such a thing be killed? Begone. You do not belong in real space. I should not be able to see you, not with these eyes. Initiating enemy analysis. Error. This is impossible. Omniscience, have mercy on me. What is that?
I'll do it.
Mere pain won't stop me.
You cannot trick death. It will claim me one day. As honor ordains.
Just need to tough it out.
Death to non-believers!
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. This wound will make a fine scar.
Ah, I owe you a debt.
I serve the ruinous powers!
A blue horror.
I am a navigator, clad in scarlet.
I'm ready for whatever comes.
Fur painted black.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
As the tactical narrative dictates. Cogitation failed.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Chaos guides me!
A dance of blades and shadows.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one. It will be done. Indeed.
Face me!
If only that were possible. Me, as duty demands. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job.
I'll paint your death in colors.
I will do my duty. Reduced to dust! At your beck and call.
Don't let your guard down. On it.
This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I serve the ruinous power. An offering of blood.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
Someone else can do this.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubtis for thee strike is a prayer. I'll do it. I will not!
I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me. Death is a blessing.
I took care of this one.
The ritual site is covered in ominous heretical symbols, each of which is unmistakably emanating the malevolent power of the warp.
A nest of wickedness. The heretics met the only end possible. Death at the hands of faithful servants of the Emperor.
Let us not dawdle.
Grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Unlock.
I'm not injured. I'm
Always
embraced.
keep your eye on the prize.
The markings on
Success
this
is the only
boxcaster clearly
outcome I
indicate that it
accept.
belongs to the planetary wardens. There are visible scratches and traces of blood on the device.
Is there money to be made?
This valve can be opened via the cogitator. All that remains is to figure out how to awaken the machine spirit by supplying it with the motive force.
I always get the job done.
The motive force will not be able to pass through an open circuit. The cables should be examined and all sacred nodes should be checked. Access received. Nothing happens.
I always have a backup plan.
Gonna do a few more things before I stop.
I always keep my options open.
How the hell are we?
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Let us not
My
do
warp sight reveals something.
Always keep your eye on the prize. I'll make an example out of you.
Surrender to the dark powers!
Well, that's not what I wanted to do.
Out of my way!
Pain and beauty go hand in hand.
Chaos guides me.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
The shadows will see it done. I shall not come. The other
Open
side
your
awaits.
Or I'll open mine.
Oh, that was dumb.
As honor ordained. Killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenets of
To
demand.
the weak!
I am your doom.
See? Right there. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Isn't this a job for
I will not die
Fury
in
of
dishonor.
House Orcelio?
Who, if not me?
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Let's patch you up.
House Orcelio thanks you.
It will be done.
A gust of otherworldly wind brings the smell of rot.
side. The navigator is coming.
God, she's so strong.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Man,
I
she's a
see
mole.
what others do not. Come, the other side awaits.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I'm gonna get to the central thingamaboob. Then command center, and then I'll stop for today. I've been going for a while now. And I haven't been talking as much, but basically I really like this game.
I always have a backup plan.
The formidable shells for large caliber weapons are being stored right in the command center.
Dark green, gloomy and stifling, fills this space like dense fog. The people here are drained, exhausted, bewildered.
I always keep my options open.
The tall, dark-skinned man turns toward you and greets you in a curt military manner. Faisal Rykati of Medina AF Coronis, Governor of the Star System. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man's gaze falls on Abelard. His eyes slightly narrow. Wursrian. Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medina. My greetings. The governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Kasia. Lady Navigator? What an honor. I never thought that House Orselio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. Kasia purses her lips, and an echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orselio is grateful for the support that you have provided to Urakbi these many years. Then the governor notices Kybela's clothes, and his eyes go wide. He adds, softly and cautiously, "This woman, she is your bodyguard, I presume? Or is she here too?" He stops, choosing not to finish his question. "I'm not seeing the convoy I'd sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe." "No, of course not. An old misunderstanding. Over a century old by now. It isn't worth your time."
The convoy
Lord
was
Captain.
ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me.
That is an outrage. I will have the personnel vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House von Valancius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue traitor? The governor frowns, and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue traitor von Valancius. Slain. Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences, your lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help.
I need fresh crewmates to replace those killed in the attack on my ship, and I need material compensation.
The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, your lordship. You will be compensated for any losses. And I'll see to it personally that your ship's holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. Abelard nods in approval and remarks quietly, "Excellent, your lordship. A rogue traitor has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming."
Hexion von Interrogator, the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. Do you know where he is?
The governor lowers his voice. I do. Master Van Calix has left for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I have already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master Van Calix, you should go to the cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Mugos Haney Aman, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Mugos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omniscia's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests incidentally. One of them perished in that same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gazes like crossed swords.
This Mongos is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders.
You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no. The governor's voice dies down in the low growl of a drilling mechadendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly, "So this is the negotiation technique you have resorted to? Do you think this is the first time I have been threatened with a weapon? No, but this could be your last." Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. "I am," the governor mutters through gritted teeth, "abundantly so, Muggos. It is why I came to this world. I am expected there. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Muggos Haney Aman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease. But only within the limits of the Rykad system. You're Haney Aman? Glad you're alive." The governor raises his eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. "I have never been there before, but I would presume that the sacred relic of the reactor is capable of great destruction should it end up in heretic hands. The fury of the freed machine spirits, once released from the sacred circuit, will destroy everything around them. The degree of damage inflicted may render the world of Rykad Minoris uninhabitable." The Cenobium has been run by the Adeptus Mechanicus ever since the colony was founded. The sacred reactor guarded by its priests powers the entire planet. I can say no more. It is a forbidden place that even I have only been allowed to visit once before. Fulfilling this request puts the monastery in danger of major destruction. The consequences of this decision for the world of Rykad Minoris could be catastrophic. The governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to the reports we've received, Logus Abel Haney Aman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master Van Calix? Pascal's vox rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Haney Aman. Not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. I've never met him in person. That esteemed Logus supervised the work of Rykad Minoris as Lex Mechanics for many years. However, he rarely left his cyber chapel, and I never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true anchorite. When a Logus of the Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, we don't ask why, your lordship. I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logus's sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. It is amazing that a mechanical voice from a vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmugos Amarnad. Initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. Glad to be of service, your lordship.
Are you confident you'll crush the insurgents soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite.
Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning. Yet another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe in it?
The insurgents managed to steal a Voxcaster. They have been listening to your people's communication.
It's not much, but it is something. I will order an audit of our equipment and see to it that our communication channels are more closely monitored going forward. However, it was only the accidental success of an otherwise disorganized mob of heretics, who have no understanding of the art of war.
The insurgents are using the archenemy artifacts to enchanted lenses to perform unholy sorceries.
I've heard about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery. Of course.
I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers. Commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malkar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the Star.
The sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration.
My kinsman, Conrad Vietti. Von Valencia has betrayed my art dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in this system, I want him handed over to me.
Voigtber is a traitor? Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, the governor pauses to think. We have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt from Logis Abel's sanctum. It aggregated all the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Kunrad's movements. I'd hazard he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. The Adeptus Arbits is assuming command of this area. The arbitrator marches forward relentlessly and halts one step away from the governor, looking down at him. Governor Medina, in the name of the Lex Imperialis, I, Proctor Solomorn Anthar, arrest you on suspicion of involvement in the theft of the shipment of the Imperial tithe. Taking into account the state of emergency on this planet, I will permit you to retain your authority under my direct supervision. From this time forth, you will give the Adeptus Arbits your full cooperation, in particular, by transferring command of the strike groups and other resources to me. Medina, though deathly pale, proudly raises his chin. Arrest me? Transfer my resources? Your demands undermine my efforts to suppress the rebellion. Excuse me, Proctor, but this accusation of stealing the sacred tithe is simply... He stops talking under the arbitrator's oppressive, merciless gaze. Denying guilt only adds to the suspicions against you, Governor. Now, let us go over everything one more time. The tithe was stolen from your world. You are culpable for this incident whether you were personally involved or not. You will provide the resources I have requested without objection, as this measure serves to re-establish control over the planet. Comply, or I will consider your refusal an obstruction of the investigation and take steps accordingly.
I see. I was left no other option than to obey you, or will. As his law-abiding citizen, servant, I honor the words of the Lex Imperialis. Merton shoots you a quick glance, unless his lordship has anything to say on the matter, that is. This world belongs to Windkill. The Adeptus Arbites truly... Do the Adeptus Arbites truly have the authority to interfere in the ruling of the governors appointed by the rogue trader? We do. Besides, I doubt rogue trader Winterscale will find it disagreeable that the arbiters have helped to clean up this madness. As for the governor, I imagine the Emperor's anointed will befits from learning how diligent his servant has performed his duty. I suppose there's nothing else for it.
The governor puts his hands behind his back, either to appear more confident or to hide the tremor in his fingers. In that case, please accommodate yourself, Proctor. But before I give you the access codes, I must give a protracted self-exonerating statement. There's no need. All information required of you will be obtained during questioning without witnesses, be it your personal guard or the rogue trader. Just you, me, and Glato. The cybermastiff lets out a heavy growl that sends a shiver down your spine.
What is your plan, Proctor? Stop the heretics from taking over the starport and other locations critical to the investigation. At the same time, we will crush the heretics' resistance. Most of them are hiding amongst the commoners in series of concentrated strikes against the residential district and infirmaries will send them running. That is when we'll finish our call. Blood for the throne, I will be governing over nothing but ruins of corpse by the time you're done. Your faith in my method? You have faith in my method, Governor? I am not going to depopulate your world. After all, it needs to be able to continue paying the tithe. Sound plan, Proctor. Only harsh measures can restore order. Better to cut off the head than let the infection take over the whole body. Why do you think the rebellion is hiding amongst the citizens? They could have shelters elsewhere. I know this from a few intercepted box exchanges and a couple of scumbags we've interrogated. But first and foremost, I know from experience provided a source of recruits to support the drinks, and of course there is the heretics. Contemplable habit of using the local populace as shield. We need to flush them out of their nests and starve them of their resources. So you're just going to sit this whole thing out in this bunker? Yes, this is far from what I expect from the assignment I think we do have for a mission. I wish you luck in your investigation, Proctor.
Let us not dawdle.
Right. That is all I'm gonna do. Alrighty then, that is a long stream. Thank you for watching. I'll most likely be back on Wednesday if things go right. If not, Thursday. We'll see on Thursday. We'll see. There's a lot of things I need to do. Thank you for watching, and if you can, like and subscribe. Good morning, evening, afternoon, night, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, and goodbye.